Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Williamsburg City Council meeting of September 12th. Ms. McKay, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Rogers?
Here.
Ms. Ramsey? Here. Mayor Pons?
Here.
Vice Mayor Dent? Here. Ms. Kernchier?
Here.
Okay. Looks like we have a lot of minutes to approve. Would somebody like to stab at that?
Take a stab at all of them.
Yeah.
So, okay, hopefully it won't take me too long. Our clerk has been busy. So I move that we approve the minutes from the January 11, 2024 City Council business meeting, February 8th business meeting, February 14th budget retreat, March 11th work session, March 14th business meeting, April 8th work session, April 11th business meeting, May 6th work session, May 9th business meeting, June 10th work session, June 13th business meeting, July 8th work session, July 11th business meeting, August the 8th business meeting, and then we have January 11th. Well, that's a duplication, I believe.
That's it.
So we're all done then, right? Is that it? Did I cover them all?
August.
Yes,
I
you
think
got
so.
August.
August the 8th was the last one, yes. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernchier?
Aye.
Okay. We don't have any matters of special privilege, but I will take the opportunity to remind everyone in the audience and whoever may be watching online that the future festivals are on the way. They're ongoing. We've had two. The first one was in Bicentennial Park, and the second one was last night at Walsingham. Admittedly, the attendance at Walsingham wasn't as great as it was at Bicentennial Park, but let's not make that a trend and hope that we'll see you all come out and participate. This is a great opportunity for you all to share your input with city staff and ultimately city council to help craft the biennium goals, initiatives, and outcome document, which we'll be producing here shortly. So if you grab one of these flyers, it's got the dates on there, and we look forward to seeing everyone there. Okay, moves us on to public hearings, and first is the consideration and action of PCR number 24-016, proposing an amendment to the zoning ordinance to add a private educational family as a use allowed in the LB2 zoning district with special use permit. Ms. Griffin, welcome.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Mayor Pons and all members of City Council. Mr. Jonathan S. Bender has submitted an application to the city to amend Section 21-255.4 of the zoning ordinance to allow a private educational facility in the LB2 district. The LB2 district is our limited commercial neighborhood district. The definition of a private educational facility is a for-profit or not-for-profit business in which students are taught that are drawn from the public. They're taught information, skills, trades for a fee. The LB2 district is established to allow a mixture of offices and commercial and residential uses. This area is designated in the comprehensive plan as a mixed-use land use. It is mostly outside of the center area of the city. In keeping with the urban mixed use, that we do allow in this district studios and workshops for artists. This is a live-work area, and that live-work area is provided with a special exception. The LP2 zoning district is allowed in two different sections, is actually in two different sections of the city. One is Richmond Road and Lafayette Street, and the other is Penniman Road. The reason why the applicant is requesting a special use permit is because a special use permit, of course, allows City Council and the Planning Commission to give a recommendation to the City Council on uses that may not be compatible with the zoning district or with the character of the neighborhood. So in this instance, we are suggesting that this be by special use permit. In the LB2 district already, private and public elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and universities are allowed with a special use permit. So this would be in keeping with what's already allowed in the LB2 district. We also feel that allowing a private educational facility will be compatible with the current uses, which I just stated. We also believe is compatible with the LB2 zoning district, other uses that are already in the LB2 area off of Penniman Road and also off of Lafayette and Richmond Road. And we also believe that it will provide more vibrancy in the Arts District. The Arts District is the LB2 area located off of Richmond Road and Lafayette Street. At their meeting, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this text amendment, and staff is recommending the same. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I don't have any questions. Any questions?
Ms. Griffin, is this in addition to the facility we approved earlier, or it's a?
So this would actually allow the private educational facilities in the LB2. Previously, you allowed a private educational facility in the B1. The next public hearing will actually be to allow the music conservatory, and it is the same one. That applicant is here today. He was not able to secure the building for the B1. So this would not be an additional educational facility, but the one.
Okay, thank you.
No questions, thanks.
Questions?
Yeah, no questions.
I have none either.
Not for this.
With that, I'll open the public hearing and ask if anybody would like to come forward to speak to this. Please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and come back to council for any conversations, and I'll just kick it off. It seems like a good fit for the LB district, so I'm
I agree. I support as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have any concerns or
Good
questions
fit, but
about
it
it.
adds to the Arts District too, so it's another good location for it.
Somebody like to make a motion?
So I move to approve PCR 24-016.
Is there a second?
Second?
Okay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernshire?
Aye.
Okay, item B is consideration and action regarding PCR number 24-017 to allow Bender Music Conservatory, a private educational facility, to operate in the LB2 zoning district.
Yes, so I won't go over what a private educational facility is, but this is actually for the applicant, Bender Conservatory, to operate a private educational facility at 106 Bacon Avenue. The applicant will teach private music instruction for all standard music instruments. He will create and rehearse choral and musical ensembles, and also teach computer classes and other artistic and educational classes. Again, this is located at 106 Bacon Avenue. This is in the Arts District, Arts and Cultural District. There are 6 different criteria that we use to recommend a special use permit. All of those criteria have to be met. Again, the comprehensive plan use designation is the mixed use. The zoning district will be the LB2. We believe that it is in keeping with the character of adjacent properties. Properties along this street have different commercial uses. There is an arts gallery there. There's also a locksmith on that street, and we believe that this would be compatible with the uses that are there. The other 3 are if the use is adequately served by essential public services. We do believe that it is. If there's going to be any degradation of any preservation features, that will not happen here. Nothing's going to change about the building except the use inside, and then the site layout. Nothing will change about the site layout except they are proposing a sign to go in front of the use. That sign is now going before, I think it actually went before the ARB at their last meeting. For that reason, staff recommends approval of this PCR. Staff recommendation is that the recitals will not be held on site and that you would place restrictions on the number of students that can attend a class at a time. The Planning Commission had the very same conditions. They were more specific, and they requested that no more than 4 non-familial students can attend a class or rehearsal at a time. The reason why is because Mr. Bender and his family will live on the 2nd floor of this particular home, and the classes will be held on the 1st floor. Again, this is a commercial use, and his children do attend the classes, so that's why it says non-familial. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I don't have any questions. Down here, questions? No? Okay, so we'll open the public hearing again, see if anybody would like to come forward. See none, so we'll close the public hearing, and obviously this is the same relative application to what was above, so I can't imagine we have any challenges with that, but
No, I said, knowing that street, it's a real mix of a street. It's got a lot of different businesses and other things going on, so this seems like a very complimentary establishment. And I agree with the conditions as well. I think that makes sense from different angles to have those restrictions that the Planning Commission put forth.
it's a good mix there with, they're going to be living there as well, so that's good.
Yeah, there used to be an art studio there, and so the property's been vacant for probably a year, at least a year, so it's nice to have another commercial entity there, and as you say, having people living there will just add a little more activity to the street, so works for me.
I agree. For reasons said a second ago, it fits the Arts District idea, and it's an incredibly walkable area. There's plenty of parking for patrons that may go by, and having a residential aspect of the commercial dwelling will lend to it as well. So,
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
So I move to approve PCR 24-017 with the following conditions. Recitals cannot be held at the conservatory, and no more than 4 non-familial students can attend a class or rehearsal at a time.
Second.
Mr. Rogers?
aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kerntier?
Aye.
Okay, item C is consideration and action regarding PCR number 24-018 to rezone 300 Capitol Landing Road from RS3 to MS for the use of pasture land. Ms. Griffin?
Yes. PCR 24018 is a rezoning request from Colonial Williamsburg, and they're requesting to rezone 300 Capitol Landing Road from RS3 to MS zoning district to use as pasture land. Currently, the RS3 district does not allow for pasture land. This area has been vacant for some years. It is approximately 1.2 acres. It's located at the corner of Capitol Landing Road and First Street. The purpose of the RS3 zoning district is really for single-family residential with a medium population. The zoning map here shows the 300 Capitol Landing Road on the corner here with the star. Behind that is property owned by CW. Again, on First Street, that property is zoned museum support. Across the street, you have single-family dwellings. And then on the other side of the CX Railroad is Colonial Williamsburg zoning district. The purpose of the Museum Support District is to allow uses that are related to and support the function of Colonial Williamsburg Historic Area. The most intensive uses may be allowed with special use permit, and pasture land is an allowable use in the MS district. The comprehensive plan, as you can see, already has this designation here, where the star again is 300 Capitol Landing Road. The comprehensive plan designation is museum support. And we believe that's in keeping with adjacent properties, also owned by and operated by CW. So this was pretty easy. So for this, Planning Commission recommended approval 6-0, and staff is also recommending approval. It is in keeping with the comprehensive plan. It is compatible with the land uses that are already there, owned by CW. We did not get anyone at the Planning Commission to come out in opposition. In fact, there was a neighbor that came out and was glad that this was going to hopefully be rezoned to MS, and we believe it's in harmony with the neighborhood. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Any questions?
Yeah, so Ms. Griffin, on the, I think that parcel fits with the rest of the MS that's already there.
Yes.
But just a concern with if it's rezoned to MS, there's other uses that are allowed there by right where they would not have to come back to council for approval. Is that
That's true.
correct?
That's true. That's true. And most of those uses, again, are for the support of Colonial Williamsburg. So behind there are already uses that would not have to come back before council. The educational facility, some other facilities back there, zoned MS would not come back before council. So we feel because it's already in the neighborhood that it would be compatible with the neighborhood. We had, I don't know if anyone's here from CW. Yes, there's Neil. Neil is here, so he can probably speak more to that, but based on what was said at the Planning Commission, our discussions with them, that would not be an issue in not being compatible with the neighborhood.
And if I remember correctly, also from Planning Commission, from the representative's presentation, it'll be some time before it's actually pasture land.
Yes, they have some rotation to do, and there would be some, I think he said some years before pasture land would actually be located there.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a question about, on one of the slides about the purpose of the support districts, it says, like as the Vice Mayor just asked about other uses that may be happening by right, but then there was the point that the most intensive uses may be allowed with special permits. So what's an example of an intensive use where, in fact, there would be need for a special permit?
I can't say what those uses are off the top of my
That's
head,
okay, yeah.
but anytime you have a special use permit, it's not uses that you would not normally allow there, but because of controversy with someone saying this may be too intense, too much traffic generated, we would have a public hearing, have neighbors come out and come before the Planning Commission and City Council to get input. So those more intense uses are traffic generating uses, noise generating uses that we want to make sure is compatible with the community.
Yeah, obviously, I would hope that the cows and the sheep wouldn't generate too much traffic.
I don't think
but
they
yeah, not the right kind. Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. I know that they've converted some of their other museum support land on that same property to pasture land. Obviously, you put up a fence.
Yes.
So will they need to come back in for approval for a fence or just?
They would go to the ARB for approval for the
Okay.
fence. And I think they've already did that. We have been talking about this for some time, and I think if I remember correctly, they've already gone to the ARB for the design and approval of that fence, and they've received it.
Okay, so once we approve this, since they've gotten approval from the ARB, then they're good to go.
They would be good to go, yes.
Olivia, this might be more a question for the applicant, but could you speak towards any public outreach that has been done for that area, which is a pretty residential area, or understanding that it'll be a few years before the pasture land is actually developed? Any planned outreach until then?
I know that staff has sent out our normal notices for the public hearing for the Planning Commission and City Council. Outside of that, we would have to ask the applicant about any other outreach.
Okay, and I know I have not received any outreach from the public against or for. Has there been any response from that outreach?
There was one neighbor across the street that came very supportive of this being turned to pasture land. And there were some others in the audience that seemed to be with him. They did not speak. He seemed to speak on behalf of the 4 or 5 that were there.
I assume it would help just the look of the area. Not that it needs help, but it'd be kind of a nice thing to have right across the street as a nice, lovely pasture land. So.
And that's exactly
understandable.
what he said.
And it pretty much looks that way now
Yes,
as
it's
a
vacant.
vacant field.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good, okay. With that, I'll open the public hearing, and if anybody would like to come forward, perhaps the applicant to address Mr. Rogers' question. Welcome, sir. If you can just state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Neil Elwine. I'm the Director of Architecture, Engineering, and Construction at Colonial Williamsburg. And I can answer a few of the questions that you had that weren't exactly, the answers weren't exactly known. We did achieve ARB approval for the fence. That was in October of 2023. As some of you may have seen and know, that Bruton Heights Educational Complex, it was about 3 years ago when we erected the pastures in those areas, and we created 3 individual pastures, a total of about 10 acres out of that 35-acre parcel. And it's been very successful for us in the past 3 years. I happen to work in that building, so I see a lot of the traffic that comes in and out of there as far as pedestrians and neighbors and so forth. And it's not unusual at all to see people there with their little children, people there with their animals. It seems to be a real attractive draw for the folks. They walk into the educational complex. just to see the horses. And at this point, we've just had horses and sheep in there. Excuse me, horses and oxen in there. But the new pasture would be such that we could accommodate sheep as well. So it would look very much the same as what you may have seen in the educational complex. And I think as to the other question is, when would the pasture go active? If we get approval, we'll get right at getting the fence up and getting it established. And we expect in the fall of 2025 that we could actually start bringing animals in. It's a relatively small parcel at 1.2 acres, so a couple of horses, a couple of oxen at a time is what would be anticipated. And the Cochin Livestock is always looking for opportunities for pasture land for the animals. They rotate them in and out a lot because you don't want the pastures to get trampled down and look in disrepair and erosion and so forth. So that's kind of what the program would look like. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the applicant? Thank you, sir. I appreciate you
thank
coming
you.
forward. Would anybody else like to come forward? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and come back to council for consideration. Comments?
No, I think it's a good fit for the MS property that's already there, but as Councilman Rogers stated and the applicant stated, I think it's going to be a draw for people
Right.
to have something to visit right there close to the neighborhoods.
No further comment. It seems like just an extension of a parcel that's already there, so it makes sense.
Yeah, in fact, I've gone back in there riding my bike to try and find the horses and their babies, so I well familiar with the other pasture lands.
Yeah, I see it as a extension, but kind of an activation too of the space in a really lovely way. So I'm excited to support it.
And, it's also an additional buffer to the historic area, so. Good. Somebody make a motion?
I move to approve PCR 24-018.
Second.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Rogers.
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey.
Aye.
Mayor Pons.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent.
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher.
Aye.
Okay, next is consideration and action regarding proposed ordinance 24-09 to add Article 12 to Chapter 9 regarding operations standards for food trucks and mobile food units and to remove those standards from the Section 21-622 of the zoning ordinance. Chief Snyder, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pons, Vice Mayor Dent, City Council members. Thank you guys for the opportunity to talk about our food truck. This will be a little bit different than Tavia's normal PCR presentations. I want to start out with a little bit of a background and kind of leading up to the ordinance proposal, and the PCR 24 should be -21, so that is a mistake on the slide, so I apologize for that. If you'll recall, we started the food truck work group in 2016 as we started to see food truck operators emerging in the city in our local area. Vice Mayor Dent at the time, along other city staff, came up with the guidance that we currently are using, because at the time there was not a lot of external guidance on how we were going to inspect and manage food trucks within our community. And since then, we're obviously 8 years later, we've obviously learned some lessons and some things that we can streamline that process and make things a little bit more efficient, not just for city staff, but also for the food truck operators. And City Council had directed staff at the 23 and 24 GIOs about evaluating the existing food truck policy to streamline it while continuing to make sure that we safeguard the public interest. So the methodology on how we got to this point today was we obviously reviewed the existing food truck inspection process with our staff and with other vendors who are intertwined within that inspection process. We did conduct 3 food truck workshops in January 2024. Unfortunately, it wasn't well attended. We had about 8 food trucks, but what I can say is that Chief Lamb, who's also in the audience today, he spoke to every single vendor who currently had at that time an operational permit to work within the city as a food truck operator or a mobile food unit to make sure, one, that they're aware of the workshop, but also to talk about what the things we wanted to discuss with them. So he also got some informal feedback outside of the vendors who actually were present. We took that information and reviewed it as a staff once again and determined the feedback that we got. And the main feedback that we heard was that the current way that we're doing food trucks is cumbersome, having to do a complete inspection every single time for the food truck operators. And so we took that into consideration, and since we've had some emerging codes that have also provided us some best practices through the state code, and we incorporated all those things to get us to the point where you guys are considering today. So again, PCR 24-21, the Planning Commission voted unanimously last month to take the food truck inspections out of the zoning ordinance and move it over to city code. So ordinance 24-09 is adding Article 12 to the Chapter 9 regarding the operation standards, and to remove those standards from the Section 21-622 of the zoning ordinance. That's important for really two main reasons. One, it allows us to have one point of contact when we have food truck operators or mobile food unit vendors in the city to contact the fire department and let us know that they have a food truck they want inspected, and also allows us to determine where they're going to be using that food truck. As you know, still within the zoning guidelines, in order to operate on a private property, a food truck operator must get a permit from the zoning administrator. So when we get those calls or those inquiries in the fire department, we can determine, is this a special event permit process? Is this a private property process? And we're able to help the vendor navigate the city's process in terms of who's best to do that. The other thing that is important, that's a big change from the 2016 initial guidelines that we put in place, is that we're going from an annual inspection to really every 6 months. And the reason that's important is we're trying to line up the food truck inspections with the operational permit based upon what is the first basically product or device within the food truck that's going to expire. Most of them are going to be their hood units. Our hood units have to be inspected every 6 months. We're trying to align our operational permit with when they got to get that hood, when they have to get that hood permit. And I say the 6-month operational permit, that 6 month is only as good as the most recent expiration date of whatever device they're using. So if they come to us and in 5 months they have an extinguisher that's going to go out of expiration, then we're going to only give them a 5-month food truck permit, and so on and so forth. The other thing that is another precipice for why we are considering reviewing the current food truck standard is food trucks have become far more popular. Even within the last year, a year ago we had 24 operational permits that we had offered for food trucks in the city. Now we're up to 48, so clearly doubling just in 1 year. And we're also seeing a lot of our businesses, which is great, starting to have food trucks on the weekends. And so it's becoming a demand for staff to not being able to get out to see those food trucks every single time. And so having this operational permit, making sure that they're safe, and then making sure that we're educating the food truck operators allows us a little bit of leniency in terms of what the food truck inspection process looks like. Certainly on our large assembly events, Second Sundays, July 4th, Grand Illumination, all those things are going to have their normal food truck inspections as we do to make sure that the community is safe. These spot inspections do help us to ensure that they have everything taken care of, their permit is valid, everything is good to go, and that they're going to be safely to be operated. Again, so PCR 24-021 was approved by Planning Commission last month to move this out of the zoning code to the city code, and obviously Ordinance 24-09 incorporates the changes that we just took. Again, it allows us to streamline the process, and the other thing that's important with that is that it does allow us to make changes to the food truck inspection process without having to go back to the Planning Commission. It'll just come back in front of the City Council for any of those changes. Some of this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse as far as text amendments and changes, so if you guys have any specific or technical questions, currently Ms. Shelton is here, and Ms. Griffin, and I also have Chief Lamb, who oversees our community risk reduction section, who oversees specifically food truck inspections, if you guys have any questions that I may not be able to answer.
Thank you. Any questions? This is your ordinance being changed, I guess.
Yeah, as the chief stated, it was a lot different when, we initially started food trucks process, but I can say all along, the owners of the food trucks have always been receptive, even though they've suggested changes along the way. They've been receptive because they have a significant investment in these, in this equipment, so they want to be safe, and who better to ensure they're operating safely than the fire department. So yeah, it's just something that's got to change as the times change. And I can't recall, but we didn't have anywhere even near 24. We only had a handful of food trucks operating in 2016.
Current Chair, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. I had some before you started talking, and you addressed kind of why I was thinking about the change in the inspection frequency and what was really behind that, and it makes a lot of sense. So thanks. No questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I have no questions either. The main concern I had heard was about the frequent inspections, so.
Yep.
Chief Snyder, did you say that 8 food trucks showed up to give feedback for a total amount that we've permitted of 24?
Yeah, so at that time, we probably had about 24 food trucks who had operational permits. And we offered 3 workshops, 2 were during the day, 1 was in the evening, and only 8 vendors showed up. But again, I know that sounds not great, which we certainly wanted more participation, but I do want to make sure that you guys understand that Chief Lamb literally spoke to every single food truck operator who had a permit to make sure that, one, they were aware of the opportunity, but also to solicit their input over the phone as well.
Sure, yeah, and I was going to say a third of the group giving feedback directly one-on-one actually strikes me as a pretty good response rate, certainly higher than, if we polled people at random, and probably food trucks too, the core of them, propane tank, generator for electricity, it can't differ all that much. So hearing back from that 8, I'm sure the new ordinance was taken well under advisement for what they wanted. Similarly, the thing I know was chief among that was just not an inspection every time. So thanks for the outreach that you did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a quick,
Yes, sir.
food trucks probably go through the same exercise in each jurisdiction. So there's an inspection in James City County. If they go to York County, there's probably an inspection process that they have to go through there as well.
So each jurisdiction's a little bit different, and Chief Lamb can correct me if I'm wrong. I know that James City has some type of inspection process. I do not believe York County has any food truck inspection process. And Chief Lamb, if I'm wrong, you're welcome to come up here and correct me.
You would never do that. Well, you will.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
No, he's not wrong. They do have some, but due to staffing and the way they actually don't enforce the fire code to the extent of other jurisdictions, so their process is just slightly different. It's not as frequent as even annually at times, so I guess the best way to make point would be it's hit or miss on whether or not they do these inspections of trucks. So there could be a food truck operating in certain jurisdiction that goes for some time without having any inspection and oversight from any regulatory agency, much less a fire inspection completed. So James City, there's annually, and most of our surrounding jurisdictions try to complete every food truck annually for inspection.
And I only ask a question because I would think that there's some redundancy, and so, which just makes them more safe, I believe. Thank you. If nothing else, no other questions, I'll open the public hearing and ask if there's anybody who'd like to come forward to please do so and speak to this matter. Seeing none, I'll.
You got
Oh. Yes, sir. Please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Although you need no introduction.
I think the acoustics are pretty good in here.
Well, we still like to put you on camera.
Oh, geez. I'm Rick Wasman with Copper Fox. We have food trucks. Food trucks are a good part of our business. It helps bring people to us, and that helps taxes and everything else. I just wanted to say that you guys probably know this, but if you haven't heard it, you should be really proud of the professionalism of the fire department and what they do. Certainly, we're not equipped to be the inspectors of food trucks. We take care of our safety, so it's nice to have that backup. But we have certainly heard complaints from the food trucks that the inspection every time is probably overkill. So these changes, I think, are appropriate. And I would be inclined to listen to the professionals to say, so if they think that they can adequately assure safety with the level of inspection that they're proposing, I'm 100% confident that we'll be safe. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to come forward on this? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and I'll come back to council for comments. And I'll just repeat what Mr. Wasserman said. I think if the professionals have recommended this, it's certainly something I can support. And I have heard from food truck purveyors who have lamented the inspection requirement for every time they visit. And so I think, and again, if the fire staff believes that, going every 6 months is adequate, then I think we can do that. And moving it from the standards into the zoning code makes more sense. So.
I agree, no question.
Yeah, I think that there's a couple things going on here in terms of streamlining a process that makes sense to streamline and moving it into the right place. And I appreciate the having only one point of contact, because I can imagine that'd be very frustrating when when you're kind of sent all over, the municipal building to talk to a bunch of different people, when really we can do better and we can make it easier for the business owner to kind of get to where they need to be. So I think that that operational streamlining makes a lot of sense from a good, good bureaucracy standpoint, but then also the safety aspect of things as well. And I know that when I was first looking at this, saying, wait, it looks like we're not taking away inspections, we're just making our inspection process smarter. And I think that that's also something that shows that you can learn over time how to make a process better. So we started with food trucks, not that long ago. So I appreciate the staff working, and the fire department, working on how do we make this process work better, both in terms of serving the public through making sure everything is safe, but also serving the business owners and having to do what they need to do to get off the ground. So I think it makes sense on more than one level.
Well, and I would just like to key in on a comment that Mr. Wasman made as far as the food trucks bring people. They bring people to events, they bring people to businesses, and they spend money, and that's something that we want to foster and make much more user-friendly. So I think that these changes help accomplish that. And as we've heard and know, the fire staff are the appropriate people to take care of inspections and making sure that everything's safe. So
And I'll just add, too, that I think a growth of food trucks is a good thing. Back in 2018, we had one of the initial panels that brought in restaurants to talk about this, and I remember hearing from a executive at the Blue Talon that when food entities are brought in at different price points but on the same street, it ends up being additive for their business. So I don't worry about a growth of food trucks in Williamsburg harming our local restaurant community that's brick and mortar. I think if only it will add to it. So I'm excited to support this, make it easier to do business in Williamsburg if you are a food truck owner operator.
Thank you. Somebody like to make a motion?
So I move that City Council approve proposed ordinance 24-09 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernshire?
Hi.
Okay, takes us to monthly operating reports. And first, we have the monthly financial statement. Ms. Dameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pons and members of council. I just have a few comments. It's early in the year. We don't have a large amount of our revenue streams in. I will note that our lodging tax revenues down compared to last year this time, about 12%. Now, my assumption is it probably is lagging. I think 12% is pretty high. We will analyze that as they continue to come in. I would suspect there's some late payments mixed up in that. The $2 lodging tax is running about 8% decrease compared to last year this time. And on the other hand, our meals tax is running about 2.5% increase compared to last year this time. It will be next month before we start reporting our sales tax because there's a 2-month lag on that. So those items are the most notable, but I'll be glad to entertain any questions if you have any.
No questions. I will say from my experience in the Tourism Council, what we've heard is that August was pretty strong. Though it started weak, it ended strong. But Labor Day weekend, one of the days was actually in August. So then that means September will be maybe a little weaker. So 12% sounds like what happened in the marketplace. That's what we're hearing. So.
Right.
Yeah, hopefully we'll recover some of that like you said, hopefully some of it's just a little lag time.
Well, and I've heard the same thing that the mayor has heard. There was a presentation at the EDA roundtable, and the Visit Williamsburg CEO spoke that, July was particularly soft, August started to pick up, and if we can keep great weather here in the fall, maybe we'll see a strong uptick. So
I have no questions. Thanks, Director Dameron.
Thank you. Monthly departmental operating reports. Mr. Trivett, who's in the barrel?
Yeah, so this month we're going to hear from Public Works on the progress and timing and current plans for the Capitol Landing Road corridor.
Excellent. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. Like the city manager said, we're going to give you an update on our Capitol Landing Road corridor project. So to go back into the history of the project, it essentially has 5 stages or phases. First, we were going to upgrade the water main that runs down the corridor. Right now, it's a 6-inch. We were going to upgrade it to a 12. We were going to put all of the overhead utilities underground to improve their reliability and obviously help the aesthetics of the area. Some of the streetscape improvements included curb and gutter where there aren't any currently, larger sidewalks and improved landscaping. And as part of the intersection project, go ahead and skip to that. We're eliminating the merge lane. We'll be realigning the Capitol Landing Road intersection to a T, and we'll be connecting the bicycle and pedestrian paths from the intersection into the corridor. So to give you an update of where we're at, the preliminary engineering phase is complete. The next step in the process is the right-of-way phase, where we'll be going to acquire any right-of-way that we need. We do not need a lot, and we'll be also gaining right of entry agreements for any of the private property we'll have to enter as part of the project. This is where we're at now. We're awaiting federal approval to move forward with that process, and I'll give you a little bit more of an update on that. But once we have that squared away, we'll need another federal authorization to move into the construction phase. So as of right now, the water main is in. This week, the water services are being installed to the different residences. The underground utility location is all but complete other than Verizon. We met with Verizon last week to kind of find them a path to go underground, and so they should be getting started soon. And we were able to move forward with these 2 aspects of the project because they were funded by the CIP. We're paused at the moment with the streetscape or intersection improvement projects again because we're not able to move into the right-of-way phase until we have that federal authorization. We submitted everything in June. We had some round of comments, and then we were supposed to have heard something by September 5th. We have followed up, but we have not heard anything there as far as the, I believe that's the corridor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reed. So you were supposed to hear from the feds on September 5th, but haven't?
Have not yet. Yes, sir. And then on the corridor, we had a round of comments. We submitted them at the end of August, and we're not set to hear on those comments until November 26th. So that's where we're at this point.
And are those comments also, we're waiting to hear back, we would hear back from the feds on that as well?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So having said that, we still hope to have the project complete spring of 2026. This does put us behind.
One thing I would remind the council too, I think it's important to keep in perspective. Quite some time ago, before we had begun work on this project, there was another project, and I don't recall which one it was.
Streetlights.
That we actually swapped funding for. So this project was not going to be funded with federal funding, but we wanted to advance the other project. And so we moved that federal money to this project to allow that project to go faster, and it did. But the net effect of that is now we have to wait on the federal approvals to spend that money here.
Good. Well, thank you for the update. It's clearly a corridor that we've been talking about for many, many years in terms of revitalization and what we have going on at the Sports Center coming. I think, having that as an entrance corridor is our goal. So I'm glad process is moving. I'm sorry that it's gotten delayed, but it sounds like you're on top of it.
Hi.
Questions or comments?
I'll just wait.
So you just, spring of 2026 is still the goal?
Yes, sir.
For completion. And obviously, it's hard to determine when a lot of the work's going to begin based on this response from the federal government. I know it seemed that the water line seemed to go pretty smoothly. I travel that corridor a lot, and it didn't seem to disrupt things too much. At least I hope it didn't for the businesses along there. I know it didn't seem to impact traffic much, but I know some people have been asking, when are they going to expect to see all of the construction start taking place?
Once we have that authorization, we think the right-of-way phase will take us 3 or 4 months, and then we have to resubmit for federal authorization to begin construction. Once we begin construction, conservatively, we think another 12 to 18 months, but we hope that all of those phases will move a little bit quicker.
Thank you.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you for the update. I mean, I too go down that way, and, you know, when you see a few trucks out there starting to work, you think, oh boy, it's coming. And so it's nice to know sort of why and when. So you mentioned that you were waiting for Verizon to do their part. So what about Glow Fiber? Have they already been there, or will they come in next? Or
Not yet.
they have not been there yet. So they have it on their schedule, and they'll just come when they get to that part of town and put in their fiber. And then the second thing is, when the construction starts, you say it'll be a 12 to 18-month period. Is it something where you like start at one end and get all of it complete and then move to the next, or will you do like the whole road and for some?
Because of how everything's gone, we'll likely start with the intersection and then work our way back from there.
Okay. Okay, thanks, just curious.
For the presentation, Jack, so we're between the water line replacement and underground utility relocation sections right now? Okay, but Verizon, you said they've already determined how they'll relocate their utility portion?
Correct, yeah. When we put in a water main, we put in the main, and then we kind of work our way back, putting in the individual services, and that's where we are with the water line. All of the underground utility relocation, again, everything's underground except for Verizon, so they're just the last piece of that part.
Okay, great. Yeah, well, I'm excited to see this through. Talked with a intended boutique hotel operator on that strip just the other day, who said he was excited for, along with the road redesign, the additional landscaping that would come from that, and the bike trail and the multi-use trail. So we'll look forward to seeing the project too. Thank you, sir.
Probably the same one the EDA visited the other day.
Rochambeau?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Appreciate you coming forward. City Manager's report?
Oh,
We'll have an open forum in just a minute, and then you can come back up.
So, yeah, the only thing I wanted to share was that we did have a whole host of minutes on the agenda for approval today. That's because we were catching up. We've implemented a new process for minutes to be drafted, and so we shouldn't expect to have a whole list of minutes like that in the future.
Thank you. All you got?
Yes, sir.
City Attorney's report?
Nothing at this time.
Thank you. Okay, open forum is an opportunity for anybody who'd like to come forward and speak. Mr. Wassman, you had your hand up?
Twice in one day. We have the business on Capitol Landing Road. We're very interested in that, and forgive my ignorance, maybe I should be more tuned into it, but that whole presentation seemed very loose as far as time goes, so we're waiting on right away, but I didn't get any idea of how the contactor's going or what potential time frame we would expect to hear from someone. From the way that was just presented, it could be 10 years or a week. So is there an idea as to when we would expect to hear on the right of way, or when we're actually going to see what's happening? The other comment that I would have is I feel, not to be a squeaky wheel or that, but the communication, this whole project is going to move basically a curb where we have in front of our place. It's not good, but we have a curb that goes right to the sidewalk. And then we have bushes, and this is what we inherited. And what's being proposed, I think, is a 8-foot swale or a 6-foot swale and then an 8-foot sidewalk, which basically comes right in the middle of our existing parking lot, which is all fine, well and good. We can make some adjustments, but I've gotten no communication as to what happens after the sidewalk, what type of fencing. We have no idea what to plan for, what to look. And I'm sitting here getting an update, and can you guys tell me any idea when we could expect the bushes to be torn out? What we're supposed to do for signage? What kind of plans? Who's going to pay for that? I've gotten no communication from the city.
Maybe you can meet with Mr. Reed or Mr. Small here, that they're happy to give you some more information and maybe figure out a way to get you some more information.
We have any idea, time-wise, when this is going to take place? Otherwise, and then this is just out there, and we don't know. So we're all waiting on the government, but is it a 2-week, 2-month, 2-year?
I'm not going to get into an exchange, so the opportunity, I think, would be best to talk to staff.
Good enough. That was my comment, is I'd like some better communication, and I thought that presentation was very loose as far as specifics.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I do have several speakers cards. First I have is Taurine Seats.
Hello, Mayor Pons and City Council members. I run the Lost and Found Pets page for Williamsburg and all the surrounding areas, and we started this about 6 years ago. We also trap. We offer our services free to the community. We have probably about $6,000 worth of equipment, and we trap animals. Most of them, 80% of our animals, are newly fostered or newly adopted. They do not know where they are. They establish a loop. While we have the page, not everybody is on social media. Our flyers are imperative for getting sightings. Dogs will establish loops, and once we get sightings, I put it on a map and I know exactly where their area is, which allows us to bait, set cameras, and eventually reunite those animals with their owners. Most people in our community consider their animals their family. I would like some kind of acceptance on the signage ordinance. I've never had this happen in 6 years of doing it until recently, and it was a mini golden doodle that was gone and running through Williamsburg in the city. And she had gotten away and was gone for a month, but we finally got her. The signs had been taken down. We were threatened to be fined by the city if they weren't removed. They are professional signs. Printwell does them for me for free, and they can't even write it off because I'm not a 501c3. I just do this. They are sleeved. They are secured. We take them down when they're done. Somebody did remove our signs, and for 4 days we had no sightings. I was out putting the signs back up because that's what I do, and I was approached by 3 people. We thought the dog was caught. We thought the dog was caught. No, the dog isn't caught. Please take a picture of this because I'll be putting them back up again. I'm okay with paying for some kind of permanent permit, but this is a passion of mine, and I know people, most of the community love these animals. And I will do whatever I need to do to reunite these animals with their owners. We trap for heritage. Animal control asks us for our help because we have equipment and resources that they do not have. We just trapped an Akita for animal control that has been on the run for over 2 months and was hit by a car. Heritage, rescues, I have some letters here from several people that if you would like them, I can give them to you for y'all to consider along with the flyers. But it is very imperative that we have flyers up because this is a tourist town as well. And so many people see these dogs, and when they see the flyer, they immediately call, and they're like, we see the pet. It's a passion. And I am begging for some kind of leniency here to be able to help these people in the community get their babies. Thank you.
Seats. Next speaker card I have is the Honorable Doug Horid. Welcome, sir. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
I will. Thank you, Mayor Pons, Vice Mayor Dent, councilors. I'm Doug Horid, 103 Marina Point, Williamsburg. Thank you for opportunity to speak today. I'd like to begin by introducing you to Henry. Henry, as you can tell, is a beagle. Anyone who knows beagles knows that when the nose takes over, they're impossible to stop. Henry was wearing a leash, and he was wearing a shock collar at the time, but that didn't stop him. We had a fox run through the yard, and he was gone. We searched day and night for that dog, and no sightings. And that's when we turned to Miss Tori Cassing Seats, and we knew and had seen her advertisements on Facebook, and asked for her help. She says the first thing you need to do is get out signs. She said up to 30% of the lost animals are actually taken in by friendly neighbors who think they have a new pet. The only way you're going to stop that from happening is to get signs up and get all their neighbors aware that there's a pet missing and basically shame them back into releasing the pet. Now, Henry is a bit of a Houdini. He can get out of a harness like the blink of an eye, and to the point where we ended up having to put a double leash system on him, so he's tied to his collar and he's tied to his leash. And that collar has 3 clips on it. Now, I know that dogs are pretty good at releasing and getting out of a harness, but I've never seen them have the dexterity to actually undo the clasps. When Henry was found, it was 7 days later. Young girl out walking her dog, and Henry ran right up to them and befriended them. And her grandfather, where she was staying that particular weekend, saw the tag on Henry and called us and immediately said, I think this is the same lost dog that was on the posters. Sure enough, it was. What was interesting was Henry's collar had been reversed. The clasps had been undone and done back up, but done in reverse. I don't think Henry did that. Again, evidence that someone had taken him in for that 7 days. We had even run an aerial drone system with infrared detection over about a 5-mile radius, and he was not in the woods. He was not anywhere to be found in that open area. Somebody had taken him in. The importance of having a sign in this case was clearly the step that allowed him to be found. So that takes me on to the next part of my discussion. I think you understand the importance of having these signs up, even for a limited period. This was 6 days. I had those signs down 3 hours after he was caught. But we had 400 signs up all through JCC and upper part of York County. Now let's move on to the City of Williamsburg sign ordinances, all 34 pages. I'm reminded of the 5-man electrical band, signs everywhere, sign. Blocking out the scenery, breaking my mind. In this case, it's 34 pages of where you can't put a sign. And that brings me back to the definitions within the ordinances. And the sign definition 21736.2, number 8, is for temporary signs. And this clearly qualifies as a temporary sign. And then section 21-748 describes where you may use a temporary sign. And section F specifically refers to non-commercial messages, and this is clearly a non-commercial message. You've got a lady volunteering her time, her resources, her money to do this for a community. There is no provision in the ordinance for a temporary sign to be posted on public property. Yes, you can put it on private property, but how many homeowners want signs on their property? Most of the time you want signs at the street corners or along long sections of road. Now this may be a problem with VDOT, I'm not sure. The VDOT easement along roadways may prevent the signs from being in place, but that then strikes me as funny that the city would have an ordinance on a VDOT right-of-way. That's for council to resolve whether or not you, in fact, can dictate sign removal on a, for instance, a stop sign. What if this was a lost child? would the city stop you from putting signs up, or stopping the police from putting signs up if you were looking for a lost child? I don't think so. That's certainly not the image that the city would want. A lot of people treat their dogs as their children. So I'd like to make a request. I think it's a reasonable consideration to allow a short-term 7 to 10 day period that you would allow signs of this nature to be posted within the city and not to be removed. York County, as it turns out, had a similar discussion just last week and had reached the same conclusion that a 7 day period was probably very reasonable for having this kind of a temporary sign to be put in place. The ordinances don't necessarily have to be changed, but to have relaxation of the enforcement, I think, is what we're really looking for.
Thank you.
And that's really what I wanted to bring to your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Horid. You've gone over your 5 minutes, so I've
Thank
gotta-
you, and hope to see you all at Shrimp Feast.
Yep, thank you. Next speaker's card I have is Mr. Robert Wilson. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Robert Wilson, 22 The Palisades. I've spoken often over the last couple months about the importance of openness and transparency in government, in order to inform and educate the public for better government decision-making. Unfortunately, I haven't seen any improvement over the last few months. And it seems like if there's anything that is against, what the city desires to do, that you decide not to, to make that public. And a couple of instances. So the city went to great lengths to publicize your requests to the joint Williamsburg-James City school system to address the deficiencies that were identified in the feasibility study. You directed the city manager to write a letter, and while it took 31 days for the city manager to issue the letter, the June 3rd letter issued by the city manager was promptly posted on the city's website. Right? It hasn't been disclosed that, in fact, the Williamsburg Joint James City County School System Board Chair responded to that letter on July 26th. And as you all are aware, you all received the letter, but that hasn't been posted. Here it is, September 12th, hasn't been posted on the city's website. And I sent an email to you all last week, pointing out the oversight. As of this morning, still hasn't been posted out there. And I continue to raise that you ask for feedback and you want our opinion, on what we think about this school separation issue. But the city's done nothing with respect to analyzing the pros and cons of the separation or identifying strategic alternatives, or importantly, what are the fiscal implications of that decision. And another example, with respect to the purchase agreement for the sale of city property on Strawberry Plains Road, as you're aware, Kale Development canceled and withdrew the rezoning application on May 3rd. Well, it's September 12th now, and we've heard nothing about what the status is of that purchase agreement. Now, we in the community understand that they've proposed developing the property within zoning or being reimbursed for their cost of design and engineering. So I wrote to the city last week again and said, what's the status of the purchase agreement? And I got no response. So I issued a FOIA request. And the FOIA request response was, we intend to not give you any information about what's going on with respect to the property, the current ongoing negotiations. So as you know, many of us in the community are opposed to it, and we're anxiously awaiting to see if we're going to see yet another version of Kale developing this property. So I guess finally, as Mayor Pons is aware, I saw Mayor Pons and Vice Mayor Dent at the Fun Fest at Walsingham Academy yesterday. I went there with my wife. I see a number of the staff members here that were there. And I just want to, thank and appreciate the staff that were there at this Fun Fest last night. It was really nice to see the enthusiasm, the engagement of the city staff and for me, my wife, it was really a treat to kind of see how everybody embraced the process and went through it a little bit. You may be surprised to know that at the Public Works table, I was advised that I was the first person to answer every question correctly about the water system. So my wife was surprised as well. But I do have a caution. You know, the information that you gather from that was not qualified by the financial or fiscal implications, right? Select what of these you would like us to spend money on. Well, you know, I'll use the example of my grandkids going into With Candy Shop. If I take my kids into With Candy Shop and say, you know, pick out what you'd like, they would come out with whatever they could carry in their small little hands. Now, if I give them $5, they spend a lot of time deliberating what they can actually spend on $5, and it's a much more deliberate and conscious decision about what decisions they make. So when you get the results of these FunFest surveys and things like that, you need to ask the question, you know, what's the impact on our tax rates? What's the impacts on the sewer and water rates and those kind of things? Because we've already picked up a pretty big debt load with paying for the police station, the fire station. We don't yet know what the implication is of the school system study or this deficit that we'll have to pay for the regional sports facility. And we know what's unbudgeted is the water supply system and water supply. So a lot of things out there, moving parts, before we start spending more money down the road because people would like these flashy new things, what's the impact on our taxes? So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker's card I have is Lori Wheel. Welcome.
Chilled. So, 412 Harriet Tubman Drive. I'm here as one of the 6 landowners whose property, our property, borders the trail, the AAHT. And so we had a wonderful meeting in July, a group of us, residents and others, and Ms. Griffin, came, and she wrote up some fantastic notes, and which were mailed to us, to all of the residents in Harriet Tubman or in Crispus Attucks, and her note also said they were mailed to the city staff. I don't know if that includes the city council. I can ask her about that, and I will send it to you if that's the case. So I'm not going to read it to you, but I'd just like you to hear the headings that she put all of the many, many comments under. Parking, bathrooms, maintenance of trail, maintenance of bathrooms, security, safety, alternative ideas for trailhead placement, design ideas if trailhead remains in the proposed location, and communication. And so there was a lot going on, a lot of discussion. And so I would just like to say that for our group in the neighborhood, we've grouped it into our concerns under maintenance, privacy, and security. So I just went quickly through these notes, just trying to fit something in here. So the fact that we are a PUD, a planned unit development, our lots are very small. So when we say this is in our backyard, I think you would be surprised what I mean by in our backyard. And you're all invited to come over to my house and probably anyone's house. They would be happy to let you walk around and look. So that there brings up the question of the usage of the trail, because it's right in our backyard, pretty much. It will not be limited to just visitors for the trail, for the heritage. So who are those visitors or people going to be using the trail for what other purposes? How will that be monitored? Will residents, will we need to report problems basically in our backyard? And of course we would, but there are other issues like lighting and closing the trail as well that would help with those in those areas. It is very heavily wooded back there, the second half especially. I know I've been told at least one huge tree is coming down, and I'm sure there'll be many, many more. And this kind of all leads to us feeling like we need to be aware of the phases and what exactly is happening when. Communication. So, and parking issue, really, we feel like impacts on our privacy, because where will convenient parking be provided was a very big question. Lots of points under that category in her wonderful notes. People walking through the yards because they don't know where they're going, because there's no special place to park that directs you directly to the trail. Just a lot of issues here. I will be back next month. I hope I will have something to report to you. Terry Morgan right now is trying to arrange a meeting with the city manager's office so we can really address this very complete list of concerns related to the trail as impacting our neighborhood. So I do have to say, we feel that up to this point, there has been a lack of communication with the city on this project. And anyway, we would like to see more of that. We appreciate that. We are not in charge of the trail and what it is, but we do feel that we will be very greatly impacted by it and would like to be along for the ride, so to speak, in some ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wheel. Next speaker's card I have is Jackie Kennedy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name's Jackie Kennedy, and I live at 105 Sparks Court in the Holly Hills neighborhood. My husband Jim and I moved here approximately 2.5 years ago from the Pacific Northwest. We absolutely love it here in Williamsburg, and we hike in CW nearly every day. And like us, there are other residents that hike there too, and we have become part of a social group of fellow hikers who enjoy spending time around Merchant Square. I'm sure you've seen our neighbors, Tom and Emmy, who live in Holly Hills and sport their Virginia Tech gear. Tom is 20 years older than me, and I could not keep up with him, no matter how I try. They're quite the pair. The reason for me being here today is to express concern about the number of skateboarders and others riding motorized bicycles and scooters, also known as micro-mobility devices, around Merchant Square. This is a daily occurrence, and this activity not only disrupts the quiet enjoyment of Merchant Square for residents and visitors, but has also become a safety issue. On any given day, the Merchant Square is a hub of activity populated by residents, tourists, families with small children, the elderly with mobility issues, dog walkers, and William and Mary students. Recently, a person riding a skateboard back and forth through Merchant Square lost control of his board and crashed it into a table. Fortunately, the board did not hit anyone. However, if it did, it could have caused serious injury. And in fact, today, while we were driving here for the meeting, there was skateboarding activity going on. And when this activity has occurred, there has been Williamsburg police officers in the area, and there's been no effort whatsoever to ask the skateboarders to leave Merchant Square. I've conducted research into the city ordinance concerning skateboarding and the use of motorized micro-mobility devices, and I've discovered that we already have ordinances in place. Particularly skateboarding, skating, and the use of these devices are prohibited on Dog Street, Merchant Square, and CW, yet the ordinance is not being enforced. I've also conducted informal surveys of residents and visitors in Merchant Square while this activity was taking place, and all expressed concern over the safety as it relates to the skateboarding, complained about the noise, and frankly, this activity is exhausting our good humor. What brought me here today is roughly 3 weeks ago, we were sitting in Merchant Square with some of our friends, and there was a skateboarder going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth while his friend was on a motorized scooter filming him. And out of frustration, after we were done, we came to the local police department, and we spoke to, I believe it was Officer Erickson, and to express our concern and that this activity was going on. And he had told us that there had been several phone calls to the police department that afternoon about that activity. So there are ordinances on the book that prohibit this activity, but it's not being enforced. And so all that I would ask for you today is, if possible, if staffing permits it, we would like to see a step-up enforcement of these rules that are already in place. We believe that Merchant Square is a wonderful, wonderful place, and we want to keep it safe and enjoyable for residents and visitors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Would anybody else like to come forward? Seeing none, I'll close the open forum and we'll move on in the agenda. Next is unfinished business, where I would like to just talk briefly about where we are with the schools and the letter that we did receive. We did receive response from WJCC School Board, and it was a brief letter which really said that they're seeing some progress in the performance achievements of the students. We haven't seen the results. I guess they're going to be out this month. But they also made it clear that they are wholly charged with designing the curriculum and putting all the effort into providing that education for the students. We did ask for some kind of a plan of action, but we did not get that plan. So that was essentially the letter. In terms of the process of where we are and talking about the future of our schools, we are currently meeting with James City County to talk about what a future contract would look like moving forward. And I think those conversations are good. But we're also continuing to talk and investigate what an independent school district would look like. And I think one helps inform the other, whether we stay together or whether we should be independent. And I know James City County is also having the same conversations amongst themselves. So I just wanted to give that updated. I don't know if any member council wants to follow up with that.
Yeah, I just want to encourage people that are watching or in the audience, if you haven't provided feedback and you have feedback, please contact us, because it's your school division as well, and we want to hear what the public has to say. And if you contact us, I guarantee we'll listen.
I would only add that I know that, folks, may not know or want to know that, we aren't just here not thinking about it. This is something that we think about all the time. And so, we are, like the mayor said, in talking to James City County, so just to assuage any concern that there is some kind of, stop in conversation, that's not the case. And so I think that's a positive thing.
And the only thing I would say is sort of on what the vice mayor said, to let us hear from you, and not just about, in my opinion, not just about what we have been, but also to sort of think outside the box as to what it could be. And for people who have moved here from other areas or are aware of best practices in other school districts, that would be important for us to hear too. The more information that can be gathered as to what is possible will help us in informed decisions as we go along.
And thank you for bringing that up, because that is something, as Ms. Ramsey knows, we are looking at other school divisions and how they operate to help us inform what is possible. Mr. Rogers, any comments?
Sure, yeah, to the comment made earlier around what would potential models be for an independent schools district or financial implications. We know we had public listening sessions geared towards bringing people in to talk about the school system earlier on in the process. A lot of that information, though, that we need to receive regarding models, financial implications, et cetera, does come over time. So for those that were very engaged at the beginning and are curious where things stand today, I just echo, please do reach out. There's more information that could probably be helpful contextually to our conversations now, and we are still just as reliant on public comment now as we were then. But I think most important points probably that conversations are ongoing with our partners at James City County and in the schools administration.
And one last thing, I want everyone to know that regardless of what the next steps are, that no one is going to be left in the lurch. You know, it's not going to be that someone should feel concerned that there won't be a place for their children to attend school or a program or anything like that. We are not going to do something that would harm anyone's education process.
I would just to really, like, to echo that point too, I'm glad that Councilwoman Ramsey said that, because at the heart of all this, you know, and the reason, you know, this is so important and we all recognize it, is that at the end of the day, we are trying very hard to do what is best for the students and the families and the educators in, you know, in our community. So, you know, this is something that we've said before, and I'm sure we'll say it again, it is not to be lightly taken, and in any way, you know, not essential. And so, you know, just to reiterate how everything that we are doing and all the thought that is going into this by so many people is about the children in our community. And we, as a council, I could say, have never for a moment forgotten that or let that slip away. And that makes it difficult, and that makes it important, and that makes it something that takes this time. So, you know, we are very much always thinking about why are we doing this? We're doing this, and we're working through these issues for the good of the children in our community.
Thank you. Takes us now to new business, and first is consideration and action regarding proposed resolution 24-16, accepting the FY25 State of Good Repair paving funds from VDOT. Mr. Small.
Mr. Mayor, before you today is Resolution 2416. This is for State of Good Repair program administered through VDOT and the city. What these funds are for is, or rather, let me go back a little bit. Previously this year, we applied for funding. We do this annually through the State of Good Repair program. State of Good Repair funds are available for primary streets, which would be the 3 numbered streets, ones with route numbers in the city. So Richmond Road, Jamestown Road, Capitol Landing, you know, the major roads through the city. This allows a portion of the State of Good Repair funds were set aside for those primary streets for cities. And so we, every year, we get to apply for those based on the conditions of the roads, and those conditions are analyzed by VDOT. So we'd really have not a lot of say in which roads are eligible for the funds at the time. But then we apply for those funds to resurface those. And this year we applied initially for 2 roads because we're capped at $1.5 million per year. We received those funds, but then VDOT said, well, we've got some extra money because not a lot of people applied. So they put it out again, and we received an additional $2 million. So this year, the allocation is for $3.5 million. This will be used to pave York Street from Tri-Corner all the way out to the city line, and Jamestown Road from College Corner all the way to Mill Neck Road, as well as Richmond Road from just north of High Street all the way out to Governor Berkeley Road. Improvements with this are not just the pavement, but we also have to upgrade a lot of handicap ramps and some entrances along the way to meet ADA accessibility. So that's one reason why some of the costs are up there. State of Good Repair is a great program. There is no local match required, but we do have to jump through a few hoops to get these out. So we will go through the federal regulations that we have to go through for clearances and get authorization for construction. We hope to be able to get through a lot of those and put bids out right around January timeframe, and then that way we can pave in the spring of 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Small. Yeah, a question with regard to York Street. I was on there today and noticed that it definitely needs paving. But I also noticed that under the asphalt or the cement sections on Jamestown Road, we used a special material to kind of eliminate those gaps. Are we going to do that?
We actually used a special material on, like you said, on Jamestown Road, but it wasn't as successful as we had hoped. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to use a multi-directional paving fabric, which is a composite material. And it's the same one we used on Capitol Landing Road, north of the city, as well as on Merrimack Trail. So we're doing that on York Street and Jamestown Road, where we've got the concrete slabs.
Creates the same effect as driving on a concrete road. Good, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Small?
No, just thank you for all the work you always do to get this state of good repair funding to keep our roads paved.
And in good repair.
And in good repair. Thank you.
Yeah, just would like to thank you for all of your efforts, and you always seem to come up with extra money, Aaron, so we can't help but appreciate that, so,
Do what I can.
yeah.
Thank you, Aaron, too. I'll echo. It seems like everything today, you're either talking about multi-use trails, which people love, or funding, which we've gotten externally for projects, which will be beneficial to the city. So it's a good day for you.
This is the acceptance portion, and we'll go to the next one where we spend it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Somebody like to make a motion?
So I move that City Council approve Resolution 24-16, accepting the funds and authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents relative to carrying out the State of Good Repair Program.
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Right. Since you're there, Mr. Small, tell us about the consideration and action regarding the authorization project development task order for the Collegewood Circuit Phase 2.
As you recall, earlier this year, we were awarded additional monies for the Collegewood Circuit Phase 2. So now it is fully funded at $3.227,597. And so with that, we had already previously had some funds, and so we'd started on some of the engineering design and data collection phases of the project. This next thing, we are asking for authorization of $142,500 for our consultants, Timmons Group, to go ahead and go to the next stage, which is to finish up some of that field work. We've got to do some archaeological studies along the way. We've got a site that might be a little close, but not that close, that we need to make sure we're out of the way of. And then that will also continue us into the right-of-way phase where we talk to the landowners along the route and finish up the design, and then we will put it out to construction.
Well, it's certainly a project that I think we need to get completed because it does complete that loop, but then also provides a lot of pedestrian safety there for, just the kids that walk to Berkeley. So glad to see this moving forward.
Yeah, I agree. And we've had some comments from the community supporting this project moving forward. And again, it creates that, not only the bike path, but the walking path for the safety of the students that are attending Berkeley. So a couple questions. One on the right-of-way. So there will be some property right-of-ways that are impacted?
Yes, there are. We've actually already had discussions with some property owners along the way, down around the Mount Pleasant Office Park, which is kind of near the south end. It's the one completely surrounded by College Woods. We've talked to those three owners about what we could do to make sure that we impact them the least. And so we've been able to make some changes to the design. And before we even got started, even if it was, what we wanted to know was, is this even possible? And they were really for the project. They were really appreciative of it. We also we've got an existing sidewalk north of Watson Drive that runs along Berkeley Middle School. That's a 5-foot concrete sidewalk. So the city already owns an easement through that area for pedestrian access. And we're going to try to stay within that easement, but we've got a few locations where we might have to pop out a little bit. And then we also recognize, even though we're in an easement, we're actually still on people's private property. And so we want to be cognitive of what they have out there. If they've got a prized rose bush, I'm going to do my best to get around it. Because those things are very important to everybody. And we try to do that with every project that we do.
So, the other question I had was in the documents in our packet. It stated that like all of the utilities hadn't been identified at this point that might be impacted. Based on your experience, do you think there's anything that's going to be, that's going to impact, that's going to drive the cost?
Of the only thing that wasn't completed, all of the utilities have been identified along that route that we know of. There's actually a large HRSD force main along there, you know, overhead utilities, and a few undergrounds. We've got a few Verizon pedestals that we might have to deal with along the way, and a few Cox boxes. But other than that, there's very little utility adjustments. There's, I think, one Virginia Power guy wire. It's not the pole, it's the guy wire that's the problem. So we just got to come up with some solutions on those.
But nothing that's going to drive the price?
Nothing that's going to super drive the price. We actually already had anticipated that in our initial conceptual cost estimates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. This is an important project, I think, in terms of safety, obviously, quality of life, and you know, the dream of having all this whole circuit completed someday, maybe, hopefully. And I think this is, obviously, we've mentioned the kids, you know, right there in front of Berkeley, getting to school, and I just think even not just for the students, but really for the communities surrounding there, and being able to extend the Monticello bike path around that has been such a success. I do think that this is a real enhancement in our community.
I don't have anything to add. I would just echo agreement, support, and that we have heard from residents that are fully in support of it as well.
Certainly, Aaron, I see some of the kids each day walk this path because that's the window where my desk looks out on. So I just know that there's going to be families ecstatic to have this here. I'm sorry if I missed it, though. Is there a timeline before full completion, or maybe the portion that goes to the Berkeley Middle School Strawberry Plains sidewalk is done?
As I like to say, for all federal projects, this is the price we pay for using other people's money. And that's the kind of the hard part to nail down. This will, this task order that we're asking you to approve will take us into those next phases. And the right-of-way phase is one of those phases that can vary. But typically, the VDOT timeline on a federal project is 1 year for your engineering, environmental studies, and field work. And then you've got another year for right-of-way and another year for construction. That's the standard timeline. Some projects take longer than others on any given one. This one's probably going to take longer on the design phase, I think less time on the right-of-way phase. But it's generally a whole 3 year, and we're probably only a year or so into the project because we just received the full funding.
Okay.
Yeah, one other question that came up. So phase 3 is not funded. Can you remind us on the timeline of how we would apply for phase 3?
Transportation Alternatives Funds, if that's were the mechanism that we were going to apply for, that one the application process wouldn't start until next year. And then that would be for a following 2-year period. And that's a very highly competitive. We've been lucky with the way we've gotten a lot of our funds recently. And that has been a very well-funded program for these types of projects. But we are working with the city manager's office and other people to try to find other funding mechanisms for phase 3. So we're working on it.
Thank you.
Somebody like to make a motion?
So I move that City Council authorize the city manager to execute a purchase order with Timmons Group for the project development concept to bid phase task order on College Woods Circuit Phase 2 for a lump sum not to exceed $142,500.
Second?
Okay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
And since you're still there, let's talk about consideration and action regarding the authorization of design service task order for the Ironbound Road Phase 2 and 3.
Okay, this is also very similar. This is an engineering task order for a lump sum not to exceed $148,600. This is a different consultant, Johnson, Merriman, and Thompson, JMT, as they're known. They've already started on the preliminary engineering. I believe you remember a few months ago, we authorized that field studies phase. Well, now we're ready to proceed to the next phase, which is that to try to get the concept design developed. And then the last phase that we will do with JMT is developing what we call the bridging documents. As you recall, this is to be, we have requested and asked VDOT to do this project as a design-build project. This will be the first one authorized in Hampton Roads that is being managed by a locality. So this will come back to you again. If you remember, you're very familiar with the PPTA process. This is basically the same process, but it's for a road transportation project. The last time we did this as a city was actually on Monticello Avenue, which was the first design-build project that we did on the roadway. So this phase will go into the design phase process, and so this is the roadway design, a drainage, a stormwater design, traffic engineering, and landscape, but it's not quite the final design. It gets us good enough that we know here's what we need to do to put out that scope of work. So similar to your design builds where we take it up to a certain point and then we put it out to receive bids, that's what we do here on the roadway project. So we're getting it to that stage where we know exactly what's going to be designed. And again, funds are available in the FY25 CIP. All of this is paid for by our Smart Scale grants that we received about 5 to 7 years ago.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Vice Mayor.
No questions.
The only question I have is when we receive those smart scale funds, do they have to be used within a certain time frame?
They have to be used within, I believe it's 6 years of when they first appear on the 6-year improvement plan for the state.
Okay.
No questions. Thank you.
Actually, I do have a question. I can't let this go. With one lane in each direction and a TWLTL, what does that mean?
Two-way left turn lane, also known as a twiddle.
I figure it has something to do with the turn lane.
I'd rather not use the term suicide lane, as a lot of people call them, but it's a two-way left turn lane.
Okay.
To me, it's a twiddle.
It's a twiddle. Okay, I just couldn't let that go because thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So I move that City Council authorize the city manager to execute a purchase order with Johnston, Merriman, and Thompson for the design services task order on Ironbound Road Phases 2 and 3 for a lump sum not to exceed $148,600.
Second. Rogers, Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey.
Aye.
Mayor Pons.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent.
Aye.
Ms. Kerntier.
Aye.
Yeah, I think we're done with you, Mr. Small. Thank you. Item D is consideration and acceptance of the grant from the National Park Service, U.S. Department of Interiors for $9,815 to create a public education and outreach campaign focused on the importance of historic preservation in Williamsburg and the review process of the Architectural Review Board. Ms. Griffin.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon again. Back in 2020, the City Council adopted the 2021 and 2022 GIOs, and one of those was to review the design review guidelines. Those guidelines were approved March 14th of this year. Two things that came out of that process was that we needed to do a better job in educating people about the ARB districts and what they were for and their significance. And we also found that we could streamline some of our processes. And so we told you we would apply for a grant. As a CLG, or Certified Local Government, there are funds that can be given to us. This was a competitive process, and so we requested a total of $9,000. We were given $9,815. The match is $3,000. So the total project will be $12,815. We went back to the ARB and talked to them about what they wanted to see in this grant. grant, and 3 deliverables we're going to work on. It's a development of simplified quick charts. That is like a cheat sheet for districts, so when people come in, they don't have to maybe read the long ARB guidelines and give them something pictorial to look at, because some people do better with that. The second thing is to do an online platform and an online application. This is kind of really big thinking, but what we want to do is if you would see a house and you would click on that house, you'll be able to see the different things that you can do with that house through online. That is a dream, and that's what we're going to try to do. And then the third thing is public workshops and information meetings, and we're calling these guidelines and tea at 5 p.m. Staff came up with that. We don't know if the ARB is going to go with that, but that is the idea. So if people want to come by and meet the ARB and just talk about guidelines and get a better understanding, they will do that over tea an hour and a half before the actual meeting starts. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but that is what this grant is for.
Well, thank you, Ms. Griffin. I don't have any questions, but just a comment. We hear often that people don't know that they're living in an ARB district and are unaware of the guidelines. So I think in an effort to help educate folks is a good thing, because I think the guidelines are important, and certainly understanding the guidelines is even more important. But I did get a nice note from somebody the other day who bought a house in an AP district, or in an ARB district, and apparently we sent them a note saying, we see that you bought a house, and and this is the zoning district, and it's ARB, and so they were very appreciative of that. So thank you for making that outreach.
Good, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, and I think these 3 items, like you said, they're a dream, but if these 3 items, you can put those together, I think they'll go a long way to address the concerns that we hear often, and then just if you can't get the participation at guidelines and tea, maybe you have to change it to guidelines and wine.
Okay, I'll come.
So thank you. They can see, like, Mr. Small is not the only one who can get grant money.
Not as much as him, but.
So thank you for this. And I was just wondering about the timing of these deliverables as they're
Yes, so the grant is for a year.
A year, that's what I thought. Okay. And no, I think this is great and really exactly in line with what we hear about communication and engagement with the community. So these are so spot on, and maybe I'll come to Guidelines and Tea just to learn. Thank you.
Yes, I really appreciate all the efforts that you've undertaken to help make the ARB guidelines more homeowner-friendly and with the outreach. And I know one of the things that also came up when we were talking about the guideline update is perhaps an effort to review all of the areas that we have to see whether the districts that they're in are still applicable, whether some should become an AP district. And I just wondered if that's also in your hope for down the road.
It is in hope for down the road, but we wanted to see how the guidelines go. They've just been implemented March of this year, so we wanted to give it a little time. For me, that was at least a year. For you, if you tell me it's sooner than that, then it'll be sooner than that, but for me, it was at least a year.
Okay, thank you.
I'll echo all the words of thanks, Director Griffin. I'll also say that this is good timing with the conforming, non-conforming structures that we've looked at as a way to give homeowners some allowance to try new materials in their neighborhoods. So perfect timing to have some grant funding to assist that outreach.
Okay. Thank you.
Motion?
I move that City Council accept grant P24AF00976, that's a long one, from the National Park Service, U.S. Department of Interior for $9,815 for a public education and outreach campaign.
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kerntier?
Aye.
Okay. Chief Schneider, you come on up. You got 3 here. So first is consideration and authorization for the city manager to execute a contract for the purchase of a new cardiac monitor, for new cardiac monitors.
Good afternoon again, Mayor Pons, Vice Mayor Denton, City Council members. The next three agenda items are program FY25 CIP items that we need to get your guys' consideration on. The first one is the cardiac monitor replacement. This was actually an FY24 initiative that was originally programmed for $400,000. Unfortunately, during that timeframe, we were unable to basically evaluate all the monitors, specifically Stryker, which is the current vendor that we're using. They had a product that was in design and had to be approved, and so we delayed a year to make sure that we had an opportunity to evaluate their product as well. We currently have about 7 LifePak 15 monitors, which is the previous generation to the ones that we're asking you guys to allow us to purchase, and they were all manufactured in 2011. The LifePak 15 actually started coming out in 2009. The challenges now is obviously it's an older LifePak 35, which we'll talk about, is coming out. They're phasing out the LifePak 15, so parts and service are becoming more difficult. In conjunction with the $400,000 that we had programmed for FY24, we added another $200,000 for FY25 for a grand total of this project of $600,000, knowing that the numbers that we were seeing in 24 were going to exceed the initial programmed amount of $400,000. The evaluation process was essentially developing a committee within the department to evaluate 3 specific vendors, Zoll, Philips, and LifePak. Each of those manufacturers came in and talked to our committee, and then each of those products were able to be brought into the department, and actually operations personnel were able to play with them and do some research and kind of get the user experience of all 3 monitors. At the end of the day, our department decided they wanted to do the LifePak 35, which is pictured in that picture in front of you. Again, this is the next generation LifePak that we currently have, which is the LifePak 15. One of the reasons for the choosing of the LifePak 35 is familiarity with the device. We've obviously been using a LifePak monitor for quite some time in the Williamsburg Fire Department, even before we had the LifePak 15s. Some of the added values of the LifePak 35, it is thinner. Our current 15s are a little bit wider. And the other thing is that our what we call a Lucas device, which is our mechanical CPR device, is also made by the same manufacturer, so there's some symmetry there and synergy for those two. And the last thing that it does is that this incorporates some new technology. The fancy term they say is clinically advanced therapy tools, but essentially it allows us to do let's do 12 leads and 15 leads in live motion, which we've never been able to do before. Typically, it's a static printout that we see. Now we can see these things live. And it also has some really cool modalities for when we're doing CPR. You no longer have to pause to wait to see what the underlying rhythm is. You can continue to do your thing. It filters out all the compressions. Some really neat technology that has emerged with the LifePak 35, which makes this a really great device for us and our department and the community. Procurement is going to be a cooperative contract through Sourcewell. The total price is $462,000 and $479.05. We will expand our inventory by 9 devices. So currently we have 7. We're going to add 2 that incorporates that $462,000, and that'll allow us to deploy some of these devices on special events and other things which we've been unable to do unless we took something off of an apparatus. So it's going to give us some flexibility with that. And also built into that price is some additional auxiliary and supporting equipment. So instead of having to worry about taking that out of the operating line, now we can go ahead and get all the equipment that we need and build our stock to be able to sustain these as we start deploying them. Turnaround time for these is, they tell us about a month or 2 when we put our order in, and by the time we start receiving them and start getting them out onto the trucks. The other thing that I wanted to make sure that you knew about, which is important, is that $462,000 that incorporates is a $56,000 trade-in for our current LifePak 15 monitors. We're getting $8,000 per monitor, and so that $56,000 is included in that $462,000 price that we're asking you guys to authorize the city manager to go into that contract agreement with. Those are the comments that I have for the cardiac monitor replacement. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief Snyder. It strikes me that this is an important piece of an equipment and certainly one that you use very often, or hope you don't have to, I'm sure, but having the best equipment is kind of the hallmark of who we are as a Williamsburg community and the service that we provide to our residents and visitors. So I certainly support this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
Just one question on, can you talk a little bit because there's so much technology in these devices, what kind of warranty, what kind of service they provide?
So they're going to be, I know that it's a 1-year warranty with them, and then it's going to be, I believe, a 5-year part warranty with it. And of course, we have always had a service and warranty agreement with Stryker, and so as those things, as the initial warranty phases off, we'll continue to have those maintenance contracts.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Nor do I. Thank you.
Neither do I. Thank you, Chief Snyder.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Somebody like to make a motion?
So I move that City Council authorize the city manager to enter into a purchase agreement for a new cardiac monitors with Stryker Medical for a total purchase price of $462,479.05. Can't forget the 5 cents.
Thank you, Ms. McKay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernshire?
Aye.
Thank you. Now we'll go to consideration and authorization for the city manager to execute a contract for the purchase of a new SBA cascade system.
Again, thank you. The SCBA Cascade, if you're not familiar with that, is this piece of equipment right here that sits in the current fire station. That's what we use to fill up our existing air bottles, whether it's on trucks that we fill up, our tanks that we put on our back. And of course, it allows our men and women to operate in what we call an ideal age, the immediately dangerous to life and health environments. The current one that we have was purchased in 2012 and is becoming to the end of its useful life. The Cascade space is an interesting space for the fire service. There's not a lot of manufacturers out there any longer. They have really consolidated. They've had a really hard time having a lot of competitive manufacturers out there. The reason that we're choosing the Bauer Unicus 4i system is because, one, it's made in Norfolk, and I'll talk about that in the next slide. It's a local dealer where parts are able to get. We did do a sole source. There was no cooperative agreement out there, so we work with purchasing to make sure that we abided by all the sole source agreements and the regulatory things for procurement. The price for this Bauer Unicus 4i is $141,565. We have programmed for the FY25 budget of $150,000. That includes, as you can see on your screen, a $5,000 trade-in for the current Eagle Cascade system that we have. In the event that we were able to order that the next few days, pending your guys' approval, about 10 to 12 weeks delivery time for the order itself. And again, why the Unicus 4i? Truly, the Unicus, Bauer just in general, is the only Cascade out there that actually makes all their parts. Every other manufacturer out there, which is not very many, piecemeal their equipment together. So it's different parts and components from different manufacturers. And so having one manufacturer who makes all the parts and components is certainly advantageous from us from a repair and maintenance standpoint. Obviously, it's headquartered in Norfolk, so it's close by. And then it also has the radio frequency identification for air bottles, so the RFID. And what that does is that each one of our air bottles will have a tag with an RFID tag on it. And that's going to basically track every time that we fill an air bottle, who filled the air bottle, the next time that the air bottle needs to be tested, the next time that the air bottle is going to has reached its maximum life expectancy. So essentially, it is going to be a measuring tool and a database for every time that we fill one of our air bottles to ensure, one, if we ever had an issue with an air bottle, we can go back and track it how often it's been done without having to do that process manually. So it's really going to leverage the technology of either cloud or being able to download that information from the system as we move forward, utilizing the Cascade system. The other thing this allows us to do is fill our trucks, which we currently can do with our existing Cascade, but again, it will also allow us to fill trucks. Some of our mutual aid partners come to us as well to fill up off of our Cascade as well, so that would be another added value to those departments as well. And that is the request for the SCBA Cascade replacement for your consideration.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Well, one of my questions you answered, so I think it's just important for our community to know that oftentimes our mutual aid partners utilize that as well to fill their trucks, but not often do they use it to fill their individual bottles. But with the RFID, would it still be able to track their bottles as well?
That is my understanding, because the unit that we're getting is the same one that York County has, and my understanding is that they will be able to track both of those. Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems like a real step up from the system that we have now. So just sort of out of curiosity, why would some of our partners come to use our system? instead of their own?
Simply because they don't have a cascade at their station.
Okay.
A lot of your larger departments who have multiple stations, they may have one or two stations on the east or west, depending upon their geography. Because it's $150,000, they're not going to want to put it in every station. And so for us, particularly with York County Station 7, which Vice Mayor Dent is
Right.
referring to, they will come over and fill up their apparatus because we're so close. And it's that cooperative agreement that we have with each other.
So like James City County has a number, I don't know how many stations, and so we might be closer to one of theirs than one of their stations that has such a
Absolutely.
unit.
They could use it as well. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions, Chief Snyder. Glad it's a local firm that manufactures in-house. All good news and excited to support.
Yeah, we're really excited about it. Thank you.
Motion?
So I move that City Council authorize the city manager to enter into a purchase agreement for an SCBA Cascade system with Air Care, Inc. for a total purchase price of $141,565.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pond?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kertier?
Okay, next, item H is consideration and action regarding the purchase of a CAT 308 CR mini hyd, no, did I skip one? Oh, Chief is still here.
Vehicle.
There, crossed you off. Consideration and authorization of the city manager to execute a contract and purchase of a replacement vehicle for Battalion 10. Chief Snyder, sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you. I appreciate it. This will be the last request of the day. So Battalion 10, if you guys are familiar, is what we call our battalion chief vehicle. It's our primary incident command vehicle for any type of incident in which you have multiple fire trucks going. They also will respond to high acuity medical calls and calls of that nature to assist. But essentially, this is our vehicle for command and control of incidents. This current vehicle is a 2016 Chevrolet Tahoe. The current mileage is on your screen. It's a little bit above that, but not much. It is programmed in FY25 and part of the 5-year vehicle replacement plan. You may ask yourself, why are we looking to replace this vehicle now? The main part is in 2016, when we initially bought this vehicle, we were still doing a lot of outside command management, and the evolution of best practices within the fire service, particularly over the last 8 years, and specifically 5, has been more of inside command, being inside the command cab, if you will. And so what we're looking to get is a Ford Expedition Max, which is going to allow us to be able to have up to 4 people inside the cab of the vehicle to be able to have that command and control inside the cab. So this is really the next evolution of how best practices in managing and controlling incidents within the fire service. The other important note is that the current Tahoe that we're using will become a reserve command vehicle, which we currently do not have. When Battalion 10 is out of service, we have to use our existing utility vehicle, which is not ideal for the battalion chief to be able to use when they're managing incidents, because it doesn't have their mobile data terminal and some of their other technology to manage it. You can see this is a picture of the box on the top, which is going to be where their equipment will be in the back of the Expedition. It still will have some opportunity for you to be able to use the rear if you need to, but again, that primary purpose is going to be more that command cab. And all these things are included in that contract price of the $134,722. So that's the vehicle and all the outfitting of the vehicle. That would be purchased based upon the Houston-Galveston Area Council contract, which we have purchased off before, particularly with our medic units and with our fire trucks. I know Vice Mayor Dent is familiar with that. It's a very cooperative and very strong contract for us to buy off of. The other nice thing about this particular vendor that we're going to be using is once we go ahead and authorize them to start, it's about 90 to 120 days for us to get the vehicle back. Once we get it back, there'll be some small things we'll have to do, but that's a really great turnaround time. One of the challenges that we're seeing with vehicles, and other city staff can speak to it as well, is the state contract has been very difficult to get vehicles. Using Pinwell, which is the vendor we're going to be using for this Battalion 10 vehicle, allows us the flexibility of really getting our turnaround times much less compared to what other avenues we've used that in the past. And I believe that's the kind of the Cliff Notes version of the battalion vehicle. Again, it's definitely a necessary vehicle for command and control. It is the tip of the spear for that. We're looking forward to being able to incorporate best practices within this new vehicle.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'd just point out, for those watching, they might not replace their vehicle at 55,000 miles, but that's 55,000 hard miles.
Right.
So on a vehicle that's really, high speed stop, so it's, they wear out pretty quick.
And a lot of idle time, I would imagine.
Yes.
That's right.
No questions, thank you.
No questions, but just a follow-up to what Vice Mayor said. I think it's very important for us to have a vehicle that's extremely dependable, which this one will be, and the nice thing is that the current Battalion 10 vehicle will be able to use as a backup. So we're sort of getting 1.5 for the price of one. You know, a woman can always sort of justify a price.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and also the point was made earlier that a lot of the value of the vehicle is internal through its systems, and 55,000 miles, this vehicle, Battalion 10, might have responded to an event only a few miles away from the station. So that ends up being hundreds, if not thousands, really probably thousands, if not tens of thousands of events over its natural lifespan since 2016, since we got it. So it's a lot of wear and tear on the internal, different ways to judge than just the mileage of the vehicle. So,
Absolutely.
in support as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
So I move that City Council authorize the city manager to enter into a purchase agreement for a new Battalion 10 vehicle with PennCare for a total purchase price of $134,722.
Second.
Okay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Madam Chair?
Aye.
Now, we'll go to consideration and action regarding the purchase of a CAT 308 CR mini hydraulic excavator. Mr. Reed, welcome.
Good afternoon again. Included in the FY25 budget was $160,000 for the purchase of an excavator to be used by multiple divisions in the Public Works Department. Some of the benefits is it's just a smaller piece of equipment, so you can maintain a smaller work zone, you can see better, it's safer, and it's more efficient for smaller jobs than the backhoe would be. We were able to find a excavator in Chesapeake, and through the Sourcewell contract, we found it was $155,361.31, so it's a few $1,000s under budget, and we were asking for permission to purchase the excavator.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. What kind of projects would you use this for?
Often it's water leaks. The backhoe is not always ideal for a water leak, a smaller water leak, a 2-inch line that's not very deep. You don't need a backhoe. Excavator would be a lot more appropriate for something like that.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, no questions, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
None for me, thank you.
So is that the vehicle or apparatus used today, the backhoe?
The backhoe, yes, sir. That's what you see generally. Other places I've worked, it's much more common to have this for the smaller jobs.
Okay, all right. No questions, thank you.
Like to make a motion?
So I move that City Council authorize the city manager to execute a purchase order for a CAT 308 CR mini hydraulic excavator through the Sourcewell Cooperative Procurement Center for $155,361.31.
Second.
Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Okay, next is consideration and action regarding the proposed resolution number 24-17 to amend the budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. Ms. Dameron, welcome again.
Thank you. 24-17 asks for council's consideration and appropriating grant funds we've been awarded. There are 4. The first 2 are from the Virginia Department of Social Services. One of those is $163,350. That will be used for employment training. The second one of those is for $12,500, and that is a grant to be used for fatherhood support programs. The third grant is from the federal grant for public education outreach for $9,815, and that's the same grant that Ms. Griffin spoke to and you accepted earlier in the meeting. And then finally, we have a Brownfield grant for $50,000.
Good. So this is really just accepting money.
Yes, it is.
Making-
It's spending other people's money.
That's right. Good. Well, thank you. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. No questions.
So, So I move that City Council adopt proposed resolution 24-17.
Second.
Okay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Okay. I think we're touching all the departments today. Next is consideration and action regarding Resolution 24-18 to amend the public arts program in the city of Williamsburg. Ms. Shelton.
So Ms. Skabala and I are going to tag team this. City Council in 2021 created the Public Art Program, the Public Art Council, and amended the zoning ordinance to include public art in all the zoning districts of the city, except for murals, which are only allowed pursuant to the program in the B3 district. And Ms. Skabala is going to talk about a proposal from the Public Art Council.
Yes, this recommendation is to expand the permitted areas for murals. As Ms. Shelton just mentioned, they're only allowed in the B3 zoning district, which includes Midtown Row. We've had a couple businesses actually approach the city over installing murals. However, they were not zoned for this allowance in the current policy. But we were excited to see their interest in the public art program. Because of this, city staff met with the planning director to discuss the locations and their zoning and determined that it would need to be a policy change. Staff then met with the city attorney to identify the specifics of these locations. They include the B4 zoning district, which is Capitol Landing Road, from the intersection with Bypass Road north to the city boundary with York County. The second being a portion of B2, which includes front-facing buildings adjacent to 2nd Street, from the intersection with Page Street east to, or Page Street and 2nd Street east to the city boundary with York County. With the businesses being in the areas that they are, namely the Edge District and Capitol Landing Road, staff felt this expansion made sense. I will also add that this doesn't change the process. Any business would still need to go through the Public Art Council in their application process. Michelle.
And so I'm requesting that City Council consider a policy alteration, because when a mural is considered by the Public Art Council, the city never owns the mural. It goes onto a private property pursuant to a bailment agreement. And when the public art policy was adopted, we were very careful in how we crafted the policy so that the City Council could control not only the location, but also the content. The idea was that the Public Art Council is a sponsor or the owner of the art in question, and not simply an approval body. And there's a provision that allows for donations that doesn't specifically deal with murals. Murals are problematic because you can't really donate a mural. You can donate a tangible piece of art that then becomes the city's title, the city becomes the title owner of that art, but you can't really do that with a mural. And so the policy request that we're making, the change, is that donations for murals are made as a monetary donation to the city as opposed to the mural itself. That allows us to avoid violating federal law and keep control of the content and location and the careful curation that the City Council envisioned when we created the public arts program in the first place.
I'll turn over to my Arts Council people for
Well, we've
guidance and-
been versed in this, and there's a little bit of a backstory and trying to get a deeper understanding. I appreciate the way Ms. Shelton has put this all together, and I think that those of us on the Public Art Council understand why the policy change is requested and are in support of it. And I think the key thing is that the process that we have in place for murals stay the way it's been, because it's been working quite well. And we all knew when we started this 3 years ago, there was going to be a little bit of trial and error. And so all of us are in favor of it.
more than just trial and error, but, you know.
Well, no,
earned
from the very
opportunities.
beginning,
Yeah,
to the very beginning, sort of seeing which processes work the best, how we advertised, what kind of funding we put towards murals, and that's what I'm in terms of trial and error, getting the steps right. And for the last ones, the last 2 murals, we've, I think, sort of reached our potential.
Yeah, and I would just add, as Ms. Shelton said, the murals are unique, so we knew that possibly there would be some changes along the way, but to Joanna's point, I think, the path that we've taken and being very deliberate and the art that we've selected, I'm really excited to see that other areas of the city are interested in the murals and hopefully have some expansion of those in other areas.
And to me, one of the things is now that we have a few of the murals in Midtown Row, is when you go there, you think, wow, what would it look like now without them? Because you sort of, they sort of become a part of the landscape there, and going back to just a plain old brick wall would dull. So I too am glad to see other parts of the city interested in expanding the program.
I think it's great that other areas are interested, and I think that this is a positive development, so in support of that. And I also think with respect to the changes, or really not, it really does bring into parity how we treat murals and how we treat things like sculpture. So I think having this policy change to just really make it clear that the Public Arts Council has a purpose and there's parity between how that purpose is executed, no matter the art form, I think is important. So I think, both the expansion of location and the policy change make a lot of sense.
Rogers, anything?
Yeah, no additional questions. I'm excited to see us expand location. I think particularly it's a new step for Williamsburg when it was just Midtown that was allowing murals, and I've only ever heard positive things. So nice to get to see it expand outside that portion of the city.
Absolutely.
So I move that City Council adopt Resolution 24-18.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Frenchier?
Aye.
Okay. Next on the agenda, I believe we have closed session. Is that true?
We do. I move to go into closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia for the purpose of discussing the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offers, and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body per subparagraph 29. One property matter per subparagraph 3 regarding acquisition of property for future uses of which discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining or negotiating strategy of the public body. One legal matter per subparagraph 7 for the purpose of consultation with legal counsel and briefing by staff members, consultants, or attorneys pertaining to actual or probable litigation concerning a contract, and one legal matter per subparagraph 8 for the purpose of consultation on specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by counsel concerning employees.
And I'm sorry, would you amend the first one to be regarding schools?
The property matter or the
The contract matter
okay, the contract matter
regarding
involving
schools.
Related to schools.
Second.
Ms. McKay?
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey?
Aye.
Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Frenchier?
Okay, we will go into closed session, and when we return, we'll go back into open session. Mr. Dent?
I move to approve the certification of a closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia.
Sir Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey? Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Second? Ms. McKay?
Sir Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Ramsey? Mayor Pons?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Kernscher?
Aye.
We are adjourned.